The Palm White Flower of 100 Billion Tycoons English version. Chapter 2 Public Humiliation. The insidious kind-hearted villainess. The rain showed no sign of stopping. Outside the French windows, parasol trees were violently lashed by the storm. Rainwater slithered down the glass like endless tear streaks, plunging the master bedroom into an increasingly suffocating coldness. Suruontang lay curled on the frigid marble floor. A dull throbbing pain pulsed at the back of her head, blurring her vision and draining every ounce of strength from her frail body. Her skin was fair, almost translucent. Now her lips had blanched completely colorless. Long damp eyelashes clung to her lids, and huge teardrops silently spilled down her cheeks, shattering into icy fragments on the floor. She dared not make a sound as she cried. She knew too well that in Lu Yuan's eyes, her vulnerability was never genuine suffering, only clumsy, deliberate acting. For 3 years, she had dwelled under the Su family's roof as a dependent. For 5 years, she had loved him silently and devotedly. She had long memorized his cold temperament. Ruthless and decisive in all things, the only tenderness and affection he had ever possessed was reserved solely for her adoptive sister, Su Wanqing. In his world, Suruontang was nothing but an extra, vicious, clinging shadow. Lu Yuan straightened his tall, elegant figure. His tailored black suit trousers accentuated his long, straight legs, and a bone-chilling aura of authority clung to his every move. He stared down at the huddled girl on the floor, his dark eyes brimming with undisguised disgust. "Starting tonight, you will move into the main villa." His voice was low, icy, and unnegotiable, a chain of shackles locking her in place. "You are forbidden to step foot out of the Lu residence without my permission." Suruontang trembled all over. She lifted her tear-blurred eyes with great difficulty, her voice soft, broken, and pleading. Lu Chenyuan, please let me go. I will never come near you again. I'll leave Heiken and never appear before you and Sister Wanking again. She could no longer hold on. Her love had been crushed to pieces by years of indifference and misunderstandings. The last shred of her dignity was on the verge of being completely trampled by him. Yet her desperate pleas only drew colder mockery. Lu Chenyuan bent down, his long fingers precisely clamping her slender neck. The pressure was gentle yet absolute, his cold breath brushing her ear. You want to retreat now? Where was this remorse when you schemed against Wanking and clung to me deliberately? I never schemed. Suruontang shook her head violently, her eyes red and flooded with helpless tears. She fell down the stairs on her own. She lied to you. Why will you never believe me? After 8 years by his side, was she truly so worthless and vile in his eyes? Just then, the bedroom door was gently pushed open. Soft footsteps echoed through the room, accompanied by a gentle, sweet voice laced with feigned weakness and kindness. Brother Chenyuan, don't blame Sister Ruontang. It's not her fault. I was the one who was careless. Su Wanking walked in slowly, dressed in an elegant white silk nightgown with her long hair falling softly over her shoulders. Her left leg was encased in a pure white cast, and she was supported carefully by a maid. Pale and fragile, she looked every inch the wronged yet magnanimous angel. Her gaze fell softly on Suruontang, yet a flash of insidious triumph flickered deep in her eyes. She wanted nothing more than to watch Suruontang be loathed and tortured by Lu Chenyuan. To let this genuine young lady, who should have shone brightly, dwell forever in her shadow, humble, muddy, and doomed to obscurity. The moment Lu Chenyuan laid eyes on her, the frigid hostility surrounding him vanished instantly. The malice in his eyes melted into pure heartache and tenderness. He released his grip on Suruontang's neck in an instant, striding quickly towards Su Wanking. He supported her arm gently, his tone soft and affectionate, a tone Suruontang had never once heard directed at herself. "Does your leg still hurt? The doctor said you injured your ligament. Rest well and don't strain yourself." The brutal contrast cut through Suruontang's heart like an icy blade, bringing unbearable agony. Both were daughters of the Su family, both had grown up beside him. One was cherished and protected in his palms, while the other was discarded and humiliated without mercy. Su Wanqing leaned gently into Lu Chenayuan's embrace, her eyes docile and meek as she spoke up for Suruontang. "Brother Chen Yuan, don't be angry with her. She's still young and naive, merely jealous of me for a moment. I truly don't blame her." Her words sounded like lenient forgiveness, yet every syllable cemented Suruontang's reputation as a jealous, vicious, and petty girl. Kind words, fatal wounds. Lu Chenayuan's expression darkened at once. He turned back to the girl sprawled on the floor, his eyes frosted over once more. "Listen to her. Wanqing is 100 times kinder than you. She tolerates and forgives you, yet you harbor dark thoughts and refuse to repent." Su Wanqing continued her subtle manipulation, her eyes glinting with hidden calculation. "I know Sister Ruontang has always liked you, Brother Chen Yuan. You're my fiancé, so she must feel upset and act impetuously. I don't mind at all. I'm willing to yield to her." Yield? Lu Chenayuan's brows tightened sharply, his tone stern and cold. "No one is permitted to covet what is mine." He looked down at the tearful, devastated girl, his voice ruthless without a trace of warmth. "Suruontang, remember your place. You are nothing but an adopted stray picked up by the Su family, a dependent dog. Wanqing's kindness spares you, but I do not have to. From today on, stay by my side and behave. Watch how I dote on Wanqing, and reflect on your vicious heart. If you dare to harbor evil thoughts or hurt Wanking again, I will cripple your restless hands." These icy words shattered the last trace of hope lingering in Suruantang's heart. She froze, her body ice cold, her tears finally drying up. Her heart felt hollow and torn apart, as if a chunk of flesh had been brutally ripped out. 8 years of companionship and secret love had amounted to nothing but shameless craving in his eyes. All her desperate devotion had been nothing but a ridiculous farce from start to finish. Su Wanking caught sight of her deathly pale, despairing face, and curled her lips in a hidden smirk. She quickly resumed her gentle, innocent expression and tugged lightly at Luchan Yuan's sleeve. "Brother Chen Yuan, don't be so harsh on her. She'll be scared. It's late, rest well. I'll head back to my room." Lu Chenyuan nodded softly, instructing the maids to escort her back carefully, his gaze indulgent and doting. The bedroom door closed gently, and the last wisp of warmth in the room vanished completely. Luchan Yuan's tenderness faded in an instant, returning to his cold, obsessive tyrant self. He stared down at the motionless, fragile girl like a broken porcelain doll, his tone flat and emotionless. "Get up." Suruantang lifted her eyes slowly. No light, no hope remained in her gaze, only endless, devastated desolation. Her voice was hoarse and faint. "Lu Chenyuan, have you ever believed me, even once?" His thin lips parted, delivering the cruelest answer of all. "Never." Just 2 words crushed every last bit of her perseverance. She suddenly let out a soft, broken laugh, tears pouring down wildly as her slender shoulders trembled violently. "Fine. A perfect never." Her 8 years of wholehearted devotion had been utterly, completely wasted. Lu Chenyuan felt an inexplicable surge of irritation at her unusual silence, fleeting and hard to grasp. He frowned coldly. The guest room is on the second floor. You will live here from tonight onward. Be on call at all times to wait on Wonking and me. He intended to keep her under his watch, trap her here, and grind away all her edges and hidden thoughts so she would never dare harm his beloved Wonking again. He never knew that in trapping her, he was also locking down his own obsession and madness for the rest of his life. Suruontang did not argue or beg any more. She propped herself up on the cold floor and struggled to her feet. Bright red marks circled her delicate wrists, and a faint bruise lingered on her forehead, making her look so fragile she might shatter at any touch. She lowered her eyes to hide her shattered despair, her voice light and lifeless. I understand. No more explanations. No more pleas. The moment she gave up completely, all her love turned to ashes. Meanwhile, outside the villa in the pouring rain, a black Bentley parked silently in the night. The car window rolled down slightly, revealing a gentle, refined side profile. Fu Sinian sat in the car, clearly seeing the devastated little figure by the bedroom window through the rain curtain. Hyken's top divine doctor, who held power over life and death and remained calm in all situations, now had eyes filled with overwhelming heartache and suppressed hostility. He had watched her cry, watched her be humiliated, watched her be misunderstood by the whole world. His heart was pricked by countless tiny needles, aching endlessly. He had guarded her for 5 years, watching her wholeheartedly chase after Lu Chenyuan, watching her burn like a moth to a flame, watching her suffer endless wounds. He had waited silently, hoping she would turn around and see him standing right behind her. But Lu Chenyuan did not deserve her. He was utterly unworthy of her sincere love. The assistant in the passenger seat spoke softly. Dr. Fu, shall we intervene? Miss Su is suffering far too much at Mr. Lu's hands. Fu Sinian tightened his fingers slightly, a faint obsession clouding his gentle eyes, his voice low and hoarse. Wait a little longer. Wait until she's completely let go. Wait until she's willing to turn to me. Once she does, I will give up everything to protect her, and never let her suffer any harm again. At the same time, in a sports car parked around the corner, A-list superstar Zhang Yuebai took off his sunglasses, his flamboyant peach blossom eyes fixed rigidly on the villa, filled with raging jealousy and fury. What a fool Lu Chenyuan is! He cursed under his breath, slamming his fist heavily on the steering wheel. This top celebrity, pursued by countless wealthy ladies yet indifferent to all, had placed his entire heart gently in Su Ruintang's hands, treasuring her above everything else. Yet Lu Chenyuan trampled his treasure underfoot without mercy. Zhang Yuebai's eyes turned scarlet with rage. If he won't cherish her, plenty of people will. In the dark shadows beside a black motorcycle, Gu Yeking, the ruthless overlord of the underground world, stood silently in the rain. Dressed in all black, his cold aura swallowed the dim lamplight. His sharp knuckles were pierced with faint blood stains from how tightly he had clenched his fists. An endless murderous intent surged in his deep eyes. His little girl, the only light in his dark and bloody life, was crying alone in that cold villa. Whoever hurt her would pay with their blood. The rain soaked through his black clothes, icy against his skin, yet he did not feel a single shred of cold. All he could feel was the piercing pain in his chest, burning and raging, screaming for him to rush in and take her away. But he held back. He knew she still had a sliver of futile affection for Lu Chenyuan. He could not be reckless, could not scare her away. He would wait. He would endure. Until she was completely broken by Lu Chenyuan, until she had no one left but him. Then he would lock her safely by his side for a lifetime, sheltering her from all wind and rain, never letting her shed another tear. Inside the Lu villa, the cold night dragged on endlessly. Lu Chenyuan turned and walked toward the lounge area, leaving Su Ruantang standing alone in the empty, frigid bedroom like a discarded doll. The air conditioner's cold wind swept over her thin body, making her tremble uncontrollably. Her old, faded dress could not block the slightest bit of chill, clinging damply to her delicate skin. She stood there numbly for a long time, until the soreness in her legs spread all over her body, before she slowly lifted her stiff feet and walked toward the second-floor guest room. The guest room was simple and crude, completely different from the luxurious master bedroom and Su Wanking's gorgeous princess suite. It was located at the darkest corner of the villa, cold and damp all year round, with almost no sunlight. It was obvious that this was the worst room in the entire Lu residence, the room used to house the most insignificant servants. Lu Chenyuan's intention was clear: he wanted her to know her lowly status at all times, to let her understand that she was not worthy of even the slightest bit of good treatment in his eyes. Su Ruantang pushed open the cold wooden door. A faint musty smell rushed over her face, mixed with the cold dampness of the rainy night. There was only a single old wooden bed, a worn quilt, and a simple wooden table in the room. No decorations, no warm lights, cold and desolate enough to make one's heart ache. She walked slowly to the bed and sat down weakly. The moment her body touched the cold bedboard, the exhaustion and pain that had been suppressed for a whole night completely erupted. The dull pain in the back of her head throbbed repeatedly, the red marks on her wrists stung sharply, and every inch of her body was filled with soreness and coldness. But none of this physical pain could compare to the devastation in her heart. She had finally woken up. Lu Chenyuan would never love her. He would never trust her. All her years of secret love were nothing but a ridiculous, one-sided farce. From tonight on, she would stay in this cage-like villa, forced to watch him dote on another woman, forced to reflect on the so-called sins she had never committed. It was cruel, it was twisted, it was the most ruthless punishment he could give her. Just as Suruontang hugged her knees and buried her face in her arms, trying to suppress her trembling tears, a sudden harsh knock sounded on the door. The maid's cold, mechanical voice came from outside the door. "Miss Su, Mr. Lu orders you to go downstairs immediately to make a cup of warm honey water for Miss Su Wanking. Miss Wanking's leg hurts and she cannot sleep. She needs warm water to soothe her nerves." Suruontang's body stiffened violently. It was already 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. The rain was still pouring outside, the night wind piercingly cold. Yet Lu Chenyuan wanted her, who had been tortured and humiliated all night, to get up in the middle of the night to wait on Su Wanking. No rest, no mercy, no trace of tenderness. She slowly raised her head, her eyes empty and lifeless, the previous glimmer of grievance completely gone. Her voice was soft and hoarse, without any emotion. "I'll go." She had no right to refuse. Now she was just a prisoner in the Lu family, a servant ordered to wait on them. She stood up unsteadily, smoothed the wrinkled hem of her old dress, and walked out of the cold guest room step by step. The bright and luxurious corridor light stung her eyes, making her subconsciously squint. All the way downstairs, the huge villa was silent, only the sound of rain hitting the windows echoing in the empty hall. In the brightly lit living room, Lu Chenyuan was sitting on the sofa, leaning slightly forward, his long fingers gently holding a warm hot water bag, carefully warming Su Wanking's injured leg. His expression was soft and focused, every move full of indulgent tenderness that Suruontang had never been privileged to witness. Su Wanking leaned lazily on the sofa, her eyes curved softly, enjoying his exclusive tenderness. When she saw Suruontang walking down the stairs in a mess, her eyes flashed with proud malice. "Sister Ruontang, you're awake," Suwanking spoke softly, pretending to be considerate. "I'm really sorry to trouble you so late. My leg hurts so much that I can't sleep. Chen Yuan brother said your hands are the warmest, so he asked you to make honey water for me." Every word was deliberate humiliation. She wanted Suruontang to see clearly that even in the middle of the night, Lu Yuan's first thought was always her. Lu Yuan did not even glance at Suruontang. His deep eyes were all on Suwanking, and his tone was gentle as water. "Don't force yourself to talk. Wait for the honey water to warm your body, and the pain will subside." Then, he finally raised his eyes, his gaze sweeping over Suruontang coldly, like looking at a lifeless tool. "Hurry up. Don't keep Wanking waiting." Suruontang stood at the stairs, the cold wind from the hall blowing over her body, making her whole body icy cold. She nodded silently, turned around, and walked toward the kitchen. The huge European-style kitchen was spotlessly clean, with all kinds of high-end kitchen appliances that she had never dared to touch casually in the past. She walked to the water bar, lowered her head, and skillfully took out honey and warm water. Her slender fingers moved gently, her movements smooth and proficient because in the past 5 years, she had made honey water for Lu Yuan countless times quietly. She knew his taste, the temperature he liked, the sweetness he preferred better than anyone else. But now, this careful tenderness was destined to be given to another woman. Suruontang's eyelashes trembled slightly, and a faint sourness welled up in her empty heart, but she no longer shed tears. Tears were the most useless thing in front of Lu Yuan. She quickly prepared a cup of moderate, sweet, and mellow honey water, held it carefully with both hands, and walked back to the living room. "Here you are." Her voice was flat, without any ups and downs. Suwanking reached out to take it, but her fingers suddenly slipped intentionally. The warm honey water instantly spilled all over Suruontang's pale hands, and the hot liquid scalded her delicate skin, leaving a bright red mark in an instant. Ah! Suwanking let out a soft exclamation, quickly pretending to be flustered and guilty. "I'm so sorry, Sister Ruontang. I didn't mean it. My hand slipped accidentally." "Are you scalded badly?" Before Suruontang could react, Lu Chenyuan suddenly stood up from the sofa. His tall figure blocked the light, and his cold anger instantly enveloped the entire living room. But his anger was never for the injured Suruontang. He turned to stare at Suruontang sharply, his voice furious and cold. "Suruontang, are you deliberately spilling hot water on Wanking?" Suruontang was stunned on the spot, her scalded palm burning with sharp pain, her whole body stiff and unbelievable. The hot water burned her hands, but he only cared whether Suwanking was hurt. Even though Suwanking was the one who deliberately knocked over the cup, he would only believe his beloved's excuse. "I didn't." Suruontang raised her head slowly, her empty eyes finally having a trace of trembling. "She did it on purpose." "Enough." Lu Chenyuan interrupted her ruthlessly, his eyes full of disgust and impatience. "You still dare to lie? Wanking's hand is obviously injured. How could she deliberately spill water? Suruontang, your vicious mind is far more terrifying than I thought." Suwanking bit her lower lip weakly, her eyes red and aggrieved. "Brother Chenyuan, don't blame Sister Ruontang. It's really my fault. Don't scold her." Her plea was like adding fuel to the fire, making Lu Chenyuan's anger even more intense. He stared at Suruontang's red and scalded palm, but there was no trace of heartache in his eyes, only cold punishment. "Since you are so clumsy and always want to hurt others, then stand in the corridor outside all night to reflect. No dinner, no sleep. Until you know your mistake. The rainy night wind was howling outside the villa, cold and piercing. Let her stand outside all night in the heavy rain. This was his ruthless punishment for her again. Suruontang stared at him blankly, the last trace of warmth in her heart completely shattered into dust. She smiled softly, desolate and broken. Lu Chenyuan, you really never have a single bit of heart for me. He frowned, irritated by her quiet accusation, and said coldly, "Take her outside." "No one is allowed to let her in without my order." The maid stepped forward respectfully, signaling Suruontang to follow. Suruontang did not resist any more. She turned around slowly, her thin figure walking toward the villa door step by step. The moment the cold rain fell on her face, she finally understood completely. In this life, betting on Lu Chenyuan was the worst mistake she had ever made. Outside the door, the rain was torrential, drowning all her fragile tears. Chapter 3 All-Night Rain Punishment. Unspoken Secret Obsession. The villa's carved iron gate closed heavily behind her, cutting off the last sliver of warm lamplight from the interior. The violent storm pounced on her without mercy in an instant. Cold rain lashed at her delicate cheeks, soaking her thin old dress completely in a matter of seconds. The fabric clung tightly to her frail body, outlining her slender, trembling curves that were thin enough to break. The night wind mixed with rainwater was piercingly cold, sweeping through every inch of her skin, making her tremble uncontrollably. Her scalded palm was soaked in icy rain, the alternating stinging heat and bone-chilling cold bringing a torturous, numbing pain. Suruontang stood numbly in the empty courtyard, her bare feet stepping on the waterlogged bluestone floor. The cold water seeped into her toes, freezing her limbs stiff. She did not cry, nor did she beg for mercy again. Her tears had long dried up in the endless disappointment and humiliation tonight. The huge Lu family courtyard was empty and desolate in the rainy night. Luxurious lawns, exquisite rock eyries, and winding corridors were all shrouded in grey rain fog, cold and lifeless. She was like a lonely, abandoned ghost, isolated in this gorgeous cage, bearing all the coldness and punishment alone. Inside the villa, through the transparent French windows, Lucien Yuan's tall figure could be faintly seen. He was still sitting on the sofa, carefully accompanying Su Wanqing, his low gentle voice floating out occasionally, soothing the injured girl in his arms. The warm yellow light wrapped around the two of them, forming a warm and perfect picture of tenderness, starkly contrasting with her cold and miserable state outside the door. Su Ruantang lowered her eyes, her long damp eyelashes dripping with rainwater. A faint, bitter smile tugged at the corner of her pale lips. Yes, they were a perfect match. She was the superfluous, vicious clown who disrupted their perfect love. It was only right for her to suffer all the cold and pain alone. The rain kept falling, heavier and heavier, as if it would never stop. Time passed minute by minute, the cold gradually eroding her consciousness. Her pale lips lost all color, her slender body trembling constantly, on the verge of collapsing at any moment. Her head throbbed violently, the old bruise from hitting the floor earlier flaring with pain, making her vision blur repeatedly. She bit her lower lip tightly, forcing herself to stay awake, refusing to show any trace of weakness again. She would no longer give Lu Chenyuan any chance to mock her for acting pitiful. Half an hour passed. An hour passed. The midnight clock struck 3, echoing hollowly in the silent villa. Su Ruantang's legs were completely numb. She could no longer support her body's weight, her knees trembling violently, almost kneeling down on the cold bluestone floor. Just when her body was about to collapse, a black car quietly drove into the villa's outer road, its lights dim and hidden in the rain fog. Fusinian's Bentley stopped steadily by the roadside, not daring to get too close for fear of disturbing her. He sat in the car, his eyes fixed tightly on the thin figure standing alone in the rain, his gentle brows furrowed tightly, and his chest aching so violently that he could barely breathe. He had watched her stand in the cold rain for a full hour. Watched her tremble silently, watched her hold back her tears, watched her suffer alone without a single word of complaint. The assistant beside him could not help but speak anxiously. "Dr. Fu, Miss Sue's physical condition is very poor. She has a low constitution and a slight concussion from hitting her head tonight. Standing in the rain all night will cause a high fever at the least, and sequelae at the worst. Let's take her away." Fusinian's knuckles tightened abruptly, his white knuckles almost breaking, and his warm voice turned hoarse with suppressed pain. "She still refuses to leave by herself. I can't force her. I can only wait." He knew her temperament too well, soft and docile on the surface, but extremely stubborn and proud deep down. If she did not let go of Lu Chenyuan completely, no one could take her away from this cage. "Prepare the medicine, the antipyretic injection, and the warm sterile clothes." Fusinian closed his eyes gently, his voice low and paranoid. "Wait until she can't hold on any longer. Wait until she's willing to rely on me." Outside the car, the rain was still pouring. Not far away, the dark alley was shrouded in thick night. Guyeking's black motorcycle was parked silently in the shadows. He took off his black cloak, his tall and straight body standing in the rain, his cold eyes staring at the little figure in the courtyard, filled with bloodthirsty tyranny. His subordinates knelt on one knee in the rain, their voices trembling. "Master Gu, do we break into the Lu villa and take Miss Su away? Mr. Lu is too cruel. He is torturing Miss Su. Guyeking's Adam's apple rolled violently, and the cold rain slid down his sharp jawline, mixing with the faint blood oozing from his palm. No. His voice was deep and hoarse, suppressed to the extreme. Wait. When she cries and wants to run, bring her to me at all costs. From then on, no one in the world is qualified to hurt her again. At the same time, the top floor of the luxury apartment opposite the villa, Zhang Yuebai stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a glass of red wine in his hand. The scarlet liquid swayed in the glass, just like the tyranny surging in his heart. He had turned off all work schedules tonight, just staring at the rainy courtyard downstairs, staring at the girl who suffered alone. His agent stood aside cautiously, not daring to breathe. "Boss, the trending searches are ready. As long as you give the order, we can suppress all the Lu Group's cooperation projects overnight and make Mr. Lu pay the price." Zhang Yuebai crushed the wine glass in his hand with a violent grip, the broken glass piercing his palm, and the bright red blood dripping on the luxurious carpet. His peach blossom eyes, which had always been unruly and arrogant, were scarlet and terrifying at this moment. "Not yet. I want Lu Chenyuan to watch her suffer with his own eyes first. I want him to taste the pain of losing her bit by bit. I want him to regret every single decision he made to hurt her tonight." The three most powerful men in Heiken guarded her silently in the rainy night, each suffering in their own way, burning with heartache and jealousy. Yet the only person she had loved for 8 years, the only person she had cared about, was the one who pushed her into the coldest abyss with his own hands. Inside the villa, Su Wanqing leaned softly in Lu Chenyuan's arms, her eyes glancing at the courtyard outside the window from time to time, the corners of her mouth hidden in tenderness curving with insidious pleasure. She whispered softly, "Chenyuan brother, it's raining so heavily outside." Sister Ruontang must be very cold. Would you let her come in? I'm a little worried about her. Lu Chenyuan stroked her long hair gently, his tone cold and indifferent. She deserves it. Let her reflect well. Only after suffering enough will she restrain her vicious nature. Yet as soon as the words fell, his eyes unconsciously drifted to the window, falling on the thin and shaky figure in the rain. His heart skipped a beat for no reason, and a strange, irritable restlessness surged up. The girl was too quiet, too well behaved after being wronged. In the past, whenever he punished her, she would cry softly, beg for mercy with red eyes, hold his sleeve tightly and refuse to let go, acting pitiful and clingy. But tonight, she did not make a single sound. No crying, no begging, no explanation. She just stood there silently, bearing all the coldness and punishment alone, like a broken flower that had completely lost its vitality. This strange silence made Lu Chenyuan's chest feel stuffy and irritable, and he could not calm down no matter what. He comforted Su Wangqing absently, his eyes always lingering on the figure outside the window. The more he looked, the more flustered he became. He told himself repeatedly that Su Ruontang was scheming, that she was acting again to win his sympathy, but he could not suppress the faint heartache that surged up from the bottom of his heart. Su Wangqing clearly sensed his distraction, and the smile in her eyes faded slightly, replaced by thick jealousy and malice. She knew Lu Chenyuan too well. This man was cold and arrogant, never soft-hearted to anyone. But he was unconsciously paying attention to Su Ruontang. This was a dangerous sign. She would never allow Su Ruontang to take Lu Chenyuan away from her. Never. Su Wangqing tightened her arms around Lu Chenyuan's neck, her voice softer and more delicate, with a faint hint of grievance. Chenyuan brother, I'm a little sleepy. Can you carry me back to my room to rest? Her soft voice pulled Luchanayuan's scattered thoughts back. He instantly suppressed the strange irritability in his heart, recovered his gentle look towards her, and nodded softly, "Okay." He bent down gently, picked her up horizontally, and walked steadily towards the princess suite on the second floor. Su Wanqing nestled in his warm embrace, her head leaning on his chest, her eyes coldly staring at the lonely figure in the rainy courtyard outside the window, silently provoking and mocking. Su Ruantang, look. The man you love is holding me tenderly, warming me, protecting me. And you can only stand in the cold rain, suffering alone. You will never beat me. Never in your life. The villa lights were gradually turned off, leaving only a few dim corridor lights. The whole world fell into a deep, cold night. The rain was still pouring down endlessly. Su Ruantang's consciousness had begun to blur. Her whole body was cold and stiff, her brain buzzing constantly, and the burning pain in her palms and the throbbing pain in her head intertwined, torturing her every nerve. She could no longer feel the cold rain, nor the pain in her body. Only the empty pain in her heart was clearly and painfully palpable. 8 years of love. 8 years of humble devotion. Tonight, it was completely buried in this torrential rain. She did not know how long she stood there, until her legs completely lost strength, and her thin body finally could not hold on, leaning weakly towards the cold ground. Just before her body hit the ground, a black shadow rushed over like lightning, firmly catching her crumbling body. The warm and familiar breath wrapped around her icy body, blocking all the cold rain and wind for her. Su Ruantang vaguely opened her heavy eyelids, and through the blurred rain fog, she saw a pair of gentle and distressed eyes. It was Fu Xinian. His white shirt was completely soaked by the rain, clinging to his tall and straight body. His usually neat and gentle hair was messy, and his eyes were filled with overwhelming heartache and panic. He held her icy cold body tightly in his arms, his hands trembling uncontrollably, as if he was holding a fragile treasure that would break at any moment. Ruan Tang, my silly little girl. His low voice was hoarse and trembling, dripping with endless pity and pain. Don't hold on anymore. Come home with me. Suruan Tang's vision was completely blurred. Her brain was dull, and she could not distinguish reality from illusion. She leaned weakly in his warm embrace, her cold lips trembling slightly, and whispered a broken sentence, I'm so cold. Fu Xinian's heart was completely shattered in an instant. He bent down, picked her up horizontally carefully, covered her completely with his soaked coat, and turned to walk quickly towards the car. I'll take you away from here. Never suffer again. The car door closed tightly, isolating all the cold rain and the cold Luvilla behind them. The warm air conditioner in the car wrapped around Suruan Tang's body, but she still trembled violently, her teeth chattering non-stop. Fu Xinian quickly took out dry warm blankets and wrapped her tightly, his gentle fingers carefully avoiding her scalded palms and bruised forehead, not daring to hurt her in the slightest. He took out the prepared antipyretic medicine and warm water, coaxing her softly like taking care of a fragile child. Be good, take the medicine, and you won't feel cold or painful anymore. Suruan Tang was unconscious, her eyes half closed, her consciousness floating in a daze, completely relying on his gentle care. Looking at her pale and fragile face, Fu Xinian's eyes were covered with a thick layer of dark obsession. Lu Chenyuan did not know how to cherish her. From today on, he would guard her with his life. No more misunderstandings, no more humiliation, no more tears. Just as the Bentley was about to start, a black motorcycle suddenly blocked the road ahead. Gu Yeking stood in the rain, his whole body cold and fierce, his dark eyes staring straight at the girl in the car, filled with crazy possessiveness. The two most powerful men in Hyken confronted each other silently in the torrential rain, the air filled with invisible tension and competition. Neither of them would back down. Both had guarded this little girl for years, waiting for her to turn around. Now that she was finally free from pain, no one was willing to give up this opportunity. At the same time, a black luxury sports car also quietly stopped behind them. Zhang Yuebai pushed open the car door, his tall figure standing in the rain, his peach blossom eyes scarlet and stubborn, staring at the faint figure in the car. The three men stood in the rainy night, guarding the unconscious girl, starting the most chaotic and heart-wrenching love feud in Hyken's history. And in the Lu Villa bedroom, Lu Chenyuan suddenly woke up from his shallow sleep. The window was bright with pale dawn, and the rain outside had gradually lightened. He sat up abruptly, his chest tight and flustered, and the first thing he thought of was the little girl standing in the courtyard all night. He lifted the quilt abruptly, put on his coat casually, and rushed downstairs quickly. The empty courtyard was wet all over, with only accumulated rainwater left, and there was no trace of Suruontang. The place where she had stood all night was empty. Lu Chenyuan's footsteps froze on the spot, his heart suddenly empty, and an unprecedented panic swept over his whole body in an instant. Where was she? Where had she gone? The cold arrogance on his face completely collapsed at this moment, replaced by endless unease and panic that he could not explain. He had only wanted to punish her, only wanted to make her admit her mistake, never thought of letting her disappear completely. The maid hurried over respectfully. "Mr. Lu, the servant checked just now. Miss Su is gone." Gone. The two simple words struck Lu Chenyuan's heart like a thunderbolt. He stood stiffly in the cold morning wind, staring blankly at the empty courtyard, and for the first time in his life, he felt the fear of loss. He had always thought that Suruontang would always be there, humble and persistent, waiting for him behind his back, never leaving, never abandoning. He could bully her, ignore her, punish her at will, and she would never walk away from him. But now, she was gone. Without a word, without a trace, she completely disappeared from his world. The empty heartache spread wildly in his chest, devouring his reason bit by bit. Lu Chenyuan raised his hand and pressed his throbbing temple, his voice hoarse and violent, overflowing with uncontrollable panic. Find her. Immediately. Dig 3 feet into the ground and find her for me. He would find her back. No matter where she ran to, he would catch her back to his side. Even if he had to lock her up for a lifetime, he would never let her leave again. Only at this moment did he vaguely realize that the little girl who had loved him for 8 years and clung to him stubbornly had long ago quietly rooted in his heart, becoming his most uncontrollable obsession. It was just that he was too arrogant, too blind, and never willing to admit it. Now, the person who loved him was gone. His endless regret and crazy pursuit had just officially begun. Chapter 4 Ashes of Love, Rebirth from Despair. The first ray of pale morning sunlight pierced the thick rain clouds, spilling thinly over Heiken's bustling skyline, yet failing to dispel the icy gloom shrouding Lu Corporation's towering headquarters. The top-floor presidential office was wrapped in oppressive silence, the air thick enough to suffocate. Lu Chenyuan stood rigidly in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, his tall figure cloaked in the bleak morning light. His custom black suit was crumpled beyond recognition, his usually meticulous tie hanging loose around his neck, and faint dark stubble lined his sharp, cold jaw, a disheveled sight no subordinate had ever dared witness. His deep black eyes, always calm, decisive, and devoid of trivial emotions, were now clouded with violent restlessness and unprecedented, raw panic. The mobile phone in his palm was clenched so tightly that its edges bit into his flesh, the screen already cracked from his brutal grip. All night long, his men had swept every corner of Heiken. Every luxury hotel, every private villa, every roadside surveillance network, every suburban checkpoint. Not a single trace of Suruontang had been found. She had vanished without a sound, like wispy rain fog dissolving into the dawn, leaving no footprints, no trail, no farewell. No clues at all. Luchanai Yuan's voice was low, hoarse, and laced with suppressed, raging fury, every word dripping with icy menace that froze his assistant's blood. The assistant standing opposite bowed his head deeply, his forehead soaked with cold sweat, not daring to meet his bloodshot eyes. "Mr. Liu, we've checked all city exits and real-time monitoring. The only abnormal records are 3 unregistered luxury vehicles that left the villa's outer road at dawn. Their license plates are fully encrypted and untraceable through conventional channels. 3 cars." Luchanai Yuan's pupils contracted sharply, a sharp, biting premonition piercing his chest in an instant. He knew exactly who they belonged to. Fu Xinian, the gentle, peerless divine doctor who had always lingered silently beside Suruontang, watching over her for years. Gu Yeking, the ruthless underground overlord who hid in the shadows, guarding her with bloody madness. Zhang Yuebai, the arrogant top superstar who never concealed his blatant fondness for her, willing to burn the world for her smile. For 8 long years, he had turned a blind eye to their existence. He had dismissed them as insignificant bystanders, deluding himself into believing that Suruontang was his destined possession, that no matter how coldly he treated her, how cruelly he wronged her, she would always stay, clinging to him stubbornly. He had been arrogant, blind, and insanely conceited. while he indulged in misunderstandings and blinded himself with Suwanking's hypocritical kindness, those three men had quietly waited for his mistake, for the day he finally crushed Suruantang's heart to ashes. And last night, he had handed her over to them with his own hands. A violent, burning pain swept through his chest, far more agonizing than any business failure or financial loss. It was a raw, empty ache, gnawing at every bone and nerve, a regret so heavy it nearly crushed him. Freeze all their industrial resources. Lu Yuan's tone turned utterly ruthless, devoid of any mercy, his knuckles white with rage. Block all their cooperation projects. Cut off all supply chains. Suppress every affiliated enterprise. Force them to hand Suruantang back. The assistant's body trembled violently, panic surging in his heart. Mr. Lu, this will trigger an all-out industrial. Ignored her grievances, misunderstood her sincerity, and pushed his most precious treasure into the abyss with his own hands. He would rather burn all his wealth, ruin his entire business empire, than let her stay by another man's side. I don't care about the losses. His voice was tyrannical and unshakable, filled with desperate madness. I only want her back. At all costs. Meanwhile, in the secluded private manor hidden in Heiken's suburban mountains, far away from the city's noise and turmoil, the manor was wrapped in soft, warm tranquility, a stark contrast to the cold, suffocating Luvilla. Surrounded by lush green mountains and blooming flowers, the air was fresh and laced with the faint, soothing scent of medicinal herbs. The master bedroom was bathed in gentle warm light. Thick cashmere carpets covered the cold floor, soft silk curtains blocked the harsh morning sun, and every detail was arranged meticulously to suit Suruantang's frail physique. Suruantang lay quietly on the oversized soft bed, her long black hair scattered loosely over the pillow. The faint feverish flush on her pale forehead had finally faded after overnight treatment, and the dangerous high fever that had threatened her life had completely subsided. Her slender wrists, previously scalded by hot honey water, were wrapped in clean, sterile gauze. The faint bruise on her forehead was covered with transparent healing ointment, carefully treated to leave no scars. She slept peacefully, her long eyelashes resting lightly on her pale cheeks, no longer trembling with grievance or pain. There were no more tears, no more suppressed despair on her face, only a calm, exhausted serenity. Fu Sinian sat quietly on the edge of the bed, his tall figure slightly hunched. His slender, well-knit fingers gently brushed the messy damp hair from her forehead, his movements soft enough to break, afraid of waking her from her rare peaceful sleep. The usual gentle calm on his refined face was gone, replaced by thick lingering fear and heart-wrenching pity. A slight concussion from her head injury, severe cold invasion after standing in the all-night rain, scalded palms, and extreme physical and mental exhaustion had pushed her body to the brink of collapse last night. If he had hesitated even a minute longer, she would have never woken up again. "Silly girl," he whispered hoarsely, his voice laced with years of suppressed affection. "Never torture yourself for anyone again. Not for him. Not for any meaningless love." Outside the floor-to-ceiling glass door, the other two men stood silently in the corridor, their gazes all fixed on the girl lying on the bed inside. Gu Yeking's black shirt was still slightly damp from last night's rain, his cold sharp eyes softening the moment they fell on Suruan Tang. The faint blood stains on his palms from his clenched fists had been cleaned, but the violent tyranny and killing intent in his eyes never faded. "Lu Chenyuan has gone mad." His deep voice was low and cold, carrying endless hostility. "He's mobilizing all Lu Group forces to search the entire city, suppressing our industrial chains one by one. He's determined to find her." Leaning lazily against the wall, Zhang Yuebai's usual flamboyant arrogance faded completely. His bright peach blossom eyes were dim and heavy, the bandage wrapped around his injured palm still faintly oozing blood from last night's outburst. He let out a cold snort, unruly and disdainful. Let him search. Let him suppress whatever he wants. He hurt her until she collapsed in the rain, and now he wants to find her back to continue torturing her dream on. I've blocked all his surveillance channels and cut off all his intelligence lines. As long as we don't let go, he will never find this manner in his life. For years, the three powerful men had competed silently for Su Ruintang's attention, each hiding their affection, each refusing to back down. But at this moment, they reached an unprecedented, ironclad tacit understanding. They would guard her, hide her, protect her, and completely sever every last tie between her and Lu Chenyuan. No more cold humiliation, no more endless misunderstandings, no more one-sided love that burned her to ashes. After a long while, the girl on the bed finally moved her long eyelashes slightly. Su Ruintang slowly opened her heavy, sleepy eyes. Her vision was hazy at first, gradually clearing to reveal the soft warm room, far different from the cold bluestone and torrential rain of last night. The faint herbal scent soothed her throbbing nerves, the soft quilt chasing away the bone-piercing cold that had lingered on her body all night. She moved her wrists slightly, and the faint stinging pain pulled her scattered memories back completely. The endless rainy night, Lu Chenyuan's icy cold eyes, Su Wanking's deliberate frame-up, the 8 years of humble love that had been trampled into dust, the all-night punishment in the rain, every scene surged back, clear and piercing, yet no longer stirring the slightest grievance or tears in her heart. All that remained was thorough calm, and a faint, desolate relief. She was free. Finally free from that cold, suffocating cage, free from the unworthy love that had trapped her youth for 8 years. You're awake. Fusinian's gentle voice sounded softly beside her ear, warm and reassuring. Don't move rashly. Your body is still extremely weak. You've slept for nearly 12 hours. Suruantang turned her head slowly, her clear eyes falling on the man beside her. His gaze was full of pure heartache and tenderness, no suspicion, no prejudice, no coldness, only sincere care that she had never received from Lu Chenyuan. Her throat was dry and hoarse, her voice soft and faint. Thank you, Fusinian, for saving me. This simple sentence of gratitude made Fusinian's warm eyes instantly warm with faint light. This was the first time she had spoken to him so calmly and sincerely, the first time she had looked at him without distraction, without fixing all her gaze on Lu Chenyuan. You don't need to thank me. He gently held her uninjured hand, his tone solemn and lifelong. I will always be here. Whenever you need me, I will come. At this moment, Guyeking pushed open the door and walked in. The violent cold aura on his body faded the second he stepped into the room, turning into rare gentleness. Rest here in peace. His deep voice was steady and reassuring. This place is the safest in Hiken. No one can break in, no one can force you to leave. Lu Chenyuan can't find you, and no one dares to hurt you again. Zhang Yubai followed closely behind, holding a cup of warm mild honey water in his hand, not the sweet, rich flavor Lu Chenyuan liked, but the faint, soothing taste suitable for her fragile stomach. He handed her the cup carefully, his usual arrogant and unruly tone softening into cautious gentleness. Drink some warm water to moisten your throat. I've arranged the top private doctor to check on you regularly. All daily necessities are prepared according to your preferences. You can stay here as long as you want, forever if you like. Suruontang looked at the three men who had guarded her through her darkest night, her empty and hollow heart finally surging with a faint trace of long-lost warmth. For 8 years, she had only stared at Lu Yuan's back, running forward recklessly, ignoring all the tenderness waiting for her behind. She had never known that there were people who would ache for her pain, block all wind and rain for her, and wait silently for years just for her to turn around. A faint, genuine smile tugged at the corner of her pale lips, the first bright light returning to her lifeless eyes in 8 years. "I'm fine." She spoke softly, firmly, and decisively. "I won't go back. Never again." The humble, clinging girl who loved Lu Yuan desperately had died in the torrential rain of that night. What stood here now was a reborn Suruontang, free, independent, and no longer bound by unworthy love. Meanwhile, back at the luxurious Lu Villa, Fengming Juxiao, the untamable powerful minister's daughter. Full English translation. In the bitter cold of winter, heavy snow blanketed Zuck Avenue in the imperial capital. Yet the abandoned courtyard of the Grand Premier's mansion was colder and more desolate than the frigid snow itself. Shen Qingkai lay prone on a dilapidated cold cot. Agony from her shattered ribs tore through her nerves relentlessly. Blood and frost crusted over her body, freezing her limbs stiff, draining her of nearly all life. Soft, delicate footsteps approached from outside, mingling with the rustle of falling snow. 2 figures drew near. The moment the curtain was lifted, warm charcoal warmth flooded in, starkly contrasting the courtyard's decay and icy bleakness. It was her half-sister Shen Qingguo, whom she had doted on and raised, and Xiao Jingyuan, the crown prince, to whom she had given her heart and sworn a lifetime of devotion. Shen Qingguo was clad in luxurious fox fur robes adorned with pearls and jade. Her eyes held suppressed triumph beneath a mask of feigned pity. Bending over the haggard Shen Qingkai, She spoke gently, yet every word dripped poison. Sister, look at this snow. Does it not resemble the disaster you once shielded me from? How pitiful! You were foolish all your life and trusted the wrong person. Once, Shen Qingkai had been the peerless eldest daughter of the Grand Premier's mansion, the capital's most talented maiden, skilled in both literary and martial arts. She had helped her father stabilize the court, aided Xiao Jingyuan in his rise from an idle prince to crown prince, and cleared all his political obstacles, devoting the entire Shen clan's glory and blood to his cause. Yet in return, she was framed for treason. The entire Shen clan was sentenced to mass execution. Her father and elder brother died on the battlefield, their posthumous titles revoked, their bodies never recovered. As for her, her meridian veins in both hands were crippled, her tendons severed, all her honors stripped away. Trapped in this abandoned courtyard, she endured endless humiliation at the hands of servants. Xiao Jingyuan stood aside in his solemn black crown prince robes, his once tender and indulgent gaze now cold and indifferent. Looking down at the dying girl without a flicker of emotion, he said coldly, "The Shen clan's great power threatened the throne. They deserve to die. I spare your life out of mercy for your trivial past deeds." Trivial deeds. Shen Qingkai forced open her heavy eyes. Despairing sharpness blazed in her cloudy pupils, and a hoarse, bitter laugh tore from her broken throat, tears of blood streaming down her cheeks. My clan has served faithfully for generations. My grandfather guarded the border for 10 years, bathing in enemy blood. My father devoted 20 years to the court, upright and incorruptible. My elder brother died fighting at Yanmen Pass, his body left on the battlefield. I, Shen Qingkai, schemed for you for 7 years. I abandoned my peaceful maiden's life to confront powerful ministers, quell rebellions, and stabilize the court, all to lift you from a neglected prince to crown prince. and all of this amounts to trivial deeds in your eyes. Her blood-soaked, resonant words shook the crumbling room to its core. Shen Qingguo covered her lips softly, malice gleaming in her eyes. Sister, greatness that outshines its Lord is itself a sin. Besides, the crown prince was always meant to be mine. Your talent, your family's status, your glory all should have belonged to me. You stole them for years, now you return them, as you ought. Leaning close to Shen Qingai's ear, she whispered in a voice only the dying girl could hear, "Let me tell you a secret. The ambush that killed your brother on the border was my doing. I forged the treason evidence against the Shen clan. And your mother's sudden illness and death no accident." Every word was a blade piercing her soul. Shen Qingai's pupils contracted violently. Rage surged in her chest, and a mouthful of scorching blood burst from her lips. All that gentle kindness had been a disguise. All deep affection, a fraud. The people she had cherished and protected with everything they had pushed her into the abyss, destroying her entire clan and stripping her of all hope. Xiao Jingyuan watched her bleed out without remorse, his tone icy. Qingguo is merciful to grant you final words. The snow marks your end. Die in peace. The two turned and left side by side. The heavy curtain fell, blocking the last trace of warmth and severing every tether binding Shen Qingai to the world. Wind and snow swept into the room, settling on her icy face. Lying on the frigid straw cot, staring at the swirling snow outside, the last shred of warmth in Shen Qingai's eyes died, leaving only endless cold and unyielding resolve. Xiao Jingyuan. Shen Qingguo. You have wronged me, humiliated me, slain me, and annihilated my clan. If I am reborn, I shall make you pay in blood. I shall overthrow this corrupt court, tear apart this false imperial power, seize control of the realm, and defend true justice. The howling snow swallowed her final breath. The peerless maiden of the Shen clan perished in bitter grievance. Miss. Wake up, miss. A soft, anxious voice called out, accompanied by gentle shaking. Warm silk quilts, the faint soothing scent of orchids, the familiar carved canopy of her bed. Shen Qincai's eyes flew open as she gasped for breath, instinctively clutching her chest. Cold killing intent lingered sharply in her gaze. No dilapidated courtyard, no biting snow, no mortal agony. She was in her pristine, luxurious maiden chamber, exactly as it had been in her youth. Her personal maid Wanqing stared at her, tearful and relieved. "You're awake, miss. You fell into the plum garden lake while admiring snow yesterday and burned with fever for a full day. You scared me to death." Fell into the lake, admiring snow in the plum garden. Shen Qincai stared at her fair, unblemished hands, warm and intact, no scars, no crippled veins. She touched her neck, smooth and steady, her breath unhurried. She turned quickly to the gilded bronze mirror by the window. The girl reflected was 16, delicate and sharp-featured, fair-skinned, and bright-eyed, still tinged with youthful innocence, yet already bearing the grace of a future unparalleled beauty. This was the year before her coming-of-age ceremony. The Shen clan was at its peak, her father and brother alive and well, her mother still living. This was before she had fallen for Xiao Jingyuan, before she had aided his rise to power, before she had been deceived by Shen Qingrou's hypocrisy. She was reborn. Reborn at a time when all tragedy could be averted, all losses redeemed, all fate rewritten. The memories of her past death, her clan's bloody demise, her lover's betrayal, her family's murder flashed through her mind, etched forever in her soul. Shen Qincai slowly lifted her fingers to brush the mirror's surface. The youthful softness in her eyes faded completely, replaced by the calm, sharp, calculating poise of someone who had seen a lifetime of suffering. Heaven had granted her a second chance. No longer would she be a foolish, love-struck, soft-hearted eldest daughter. She would trust no love, covet no glory, cling to no past kindness. She would protect her family and preserve the Shen clan's glory. She would expose all hypocrisy and crush all schemes. She would shatter the crown prince throne Xiao Jingyuan craved. She would strip Shen Qingguo of all the wealth and honor she desired. She would collect every drop of blood owed to her, tenfold and 100-fold. Miss What is wrong? Wan Qing frowned at her sudden cold demeanor. Shen Qingkai withdrew her gaze, a cold, indifferent smile curving her lips. Nothing. Just a dream. Now I am awake. No more foolish, infatuated Shen Qingkai. Returned, was a phoenix reborn from ashes, come to seize dominion over fate and realm. As she spoke, a maid's voice came from outside. Miss, second Miss has come to visit. She has brought ginger soup she brewed herself. Shen Qingguo. A cold glint flashed in Shen Qingkai's eyes. Perfect timing. She would settle the first debt of her past life, starting today, starting with this woman. The curtain was lifted. A wisp of warm snow wind and faint sweet fragrance drifted into the room. Shen Qingguo entered, dressed in an ivory silk jacket and snow-white rabbit fur cloak, her hair simply styled with a single pearl hairpin. She looked pure, gentle, and utterly pitiful, the very picture of modest virtue. Holding a warm porcelain bowl with both hands, she stepped lightly into the room, her eyes filled with perfectly calibrated concern. Sister, I've worried all night after hearing you fell ill. I stayed up to brew this ginger soup to warm your body. Drink it quickly before it grows cold. In her past life, Shenkinkai had always fallen for this act. She had pitied her motherless half-sister, living timidly in the Prime Minister's mansion, had indulged and protected her, showering her with every good thing. Yet she had raised a tiger cub that would one day devour her. Shenkinkai leaned quietly on her bed, making no move to take the bowl, her gaze calm and piercing on Shenkingro's face. Her stare was like a cool blade, slicing through every layer of the younger girl's false gentleness. Shenkingro's heart fluttered with unspoken panic. Something was different about Shenkinkai today. Gone was her usual gentle warmth or bright innocence. In its place was a depthless calm, as if she had lived 100 lifetimes, her eyes hiding endless frost and experience. She brushed off the strange feeling, chalking it up to post-fever weakness, and persisted softly, "Sister, drink quickly, or you will catch a lingering cold." "I blame myself for urging you to admire the snow yesterday. I feel so guilty for your accident." Lies and reversed blame, as always. Shenkinkai sneered inwardly. She had learned on her deathbed that Shenkingro had deliberately lured her onto thin ice, jostled her under the pretense of helping, and pushed her into the icy lake. And this bowl of ginger soup was no act of kindness. It was another hidden trap. Those recovering from fever could not tolerate harsh, conflicting medicinal properties. This overly strong ginger soup had been secretly mixed with cold-natured herbs, designed to trap residual cold in her body, leaving her chronically weak and listless day after day. What a kind, virtuous younger sister indeed. Young, yet vicious and calculating beyond her years. You are too kind, sister. Shenkinkai's voice was cool and distant, no trace of past warmth or trust. Shenkingro's fingers tightened around the bowl, her smile stiff yet persistent. "We are sisters. I only wish you well, sister." Sisters. Shenkinkai repeated the words softly, her smile turning icy. She did not take the bowl, she simply flicked her wrist. Crash! The porcelain bowl shattered on the blue brick floor, hot ginger soup splattering everywhere, steam rising briefly before vanishing into the cold air. Silence crashed over the room. Wanking froze in shock, unable to believe her gentle, tolerant young mistress had humiliated the second miss so publicly. Shen Qingguo was stunned rigid, her gentle facade shattering completely. Hot soup had soaked half her skirt, leaving her looking messy and wretched. After a moment of blank shock, humiliation, and grief flooded her features. Her eyes instantly welled with tears, her lashes trembling, her voice breaking into delicate sobs. Sister, have I offended you? I stayed up all night brewing the soup with all my heart, only to be spurned so cruelly. She hung her head, her shoulders shaking, the perfect image of wronged helplessness. In the past, all the mansion servants would have pitied her instantly, condemning the eldest miss for being arrogant and willful. For years, Shen Qingguo had used this act to win everyone's favor in the mansion. But today's Shen Qingkai was no longer the fool she had once been. Leaning lazily on her bed, her bearing calm and commanding, Shen Qingkai looked down on the farce before her, her voice quiet yet overpowering. I do not reject your soup. I reject your insincere heart. Shen Qingguo jolted, tears spilling down her cheeks. Sister, how can you say that my heart is true? I have never harbored ill will toward you. True. Shen Qingkai raised an eyebrow, her gaze sharp enough to slice steel. You know I fear cold water and ice, yet you insisted on dragging me to the snowy plum garden. When we reached the thin ice, you pretended to support me, yet secretly elbowed me hard, sending me plunging into the frozen lake. Is this your true heart? The words struck like thunder. All color drained from Shen Qingguo's face. Panic flared wildly in her eyes. She had committed the deed in total secrecy, certain no one had witnessed it. How could the feverish, unconscious Shen Qingkai possibly know every detail? Sister, you misunderstand. She shook her head frantically, tears streaming. You slipped on your own. I tried to save you but failed. How could you falsely accuse me so unjustly? She dropped to her knees, trembling violently. I swear to heaven, if I have ever harmed you, may I suffer divine retribution. No need for oaths. Shen Qingkai cut her off coldly, absolute authority in her tone. Oaths fool others, not your own conscience, nor me. She leaned forward slightly, her voice dropping to a frigid whisper only Shen Qingguo could hear. Shen Qingguo, remember this. I was blind and foolish once. I trusted you, sheltered you, indulged you. That was my mistake. But no more. All your hypocrisy and schemes will never escape my eyes again. You sought to weaken my health, ruin my reputation, steal everything I have. She paused, her smile ruthless and unyielding. You will never succeed. The two simple words crushed Shen Qingguo's breath, her blood running cold in her veins. This Shen Qingkai was terrifying. She carried the ruthless resolve of someone who had walked through hell, the commanding pressure of a master strategist, nothing like a naive 16-year-old maiden. For the first time, Shen Qingguo felt genuine fear of her elder sister. At that moment, the steward's respectful voice rang out from outside, breaking the suffocating silence. Miss, the palace has sent visitors. His Highness Prince Jing passes by the mansion and has come specially to inquire after your recovery. Prince Jing, Xiao Yuan. The most extraordinary prince of the great Yao dynasty, the emperor's own brother, holder of military power and Supreme Court authority. Ferocious, aloof, and decisive in war, He was the most untouchable figure in the imperial court. In her past life, he had been the only person who had secretly protected the Shen clan, who had fought to redress their wrongful conviction. He was Xiao Jingyuan's greatest rival and mortal enemy. When the Shen clan fell and she languished in prison, the entire court had remained silent, too afraid to intervene. Only this cold, ruthless prince had dared to defy the Empress and Crown Prince faction, repeatedly pleading the Shen clan's innocence before the Emperor. It had been too late to change her fate. Now, the sound of steady footsteps crushed the snow outside, drawing closer with every step, carrying biting cold and indomitable authority. Shen Qingkai lifted her gaze, all killing intent fading into profound calm. The game began today. Snowflakes rustled against the window. The room remained dead silent, Shen Qingguo still kneeling, reeling in terror and confusion. The bamboo-patterned curtain was lifted. Piercing winter wind rushed in, carrying a faint scent of cold iron and pine, overwhelming the orchid fragrance in the room with its stern, intimidating aura. A tall, straight figure stood framed by the snow and wind. Dressed in black brocade robes embroidered with golden cloud patterns, a jade belt cinching his waist, his ink-black hair tied neatly with a royal jade crown. Broad-shouldered and upright as a pine, he exuded the killing aura of a seasoned battlefield general, embodying all the cold frost of winter itself. Xiao Weiyuan's features were peerlessly handsome, yet icy and unyielding. Sharp, defined brows, a straight nose, thin lips perpetually pressed into a cold line. His dark eyes were deep as frozen pools, bottomless and emotionless, regarding all mortal things as trivial dust. Rumors spoke of Prince Jing's cruel temper, his indifference to women, his detachment from trivial mortal affairs. Court officials trembled in his presence, even the emperor yielding him deference. Ordinary maidens would faint from fear at a single glance of his imposing aura. Now he stood silently in the room, and the air itself turned frigid and still. Shen Qingguo knelt rigid on the ground, every sob trapped in her throat, too terrified to lift her eyes. She had never imagined the reclusive, aloof Prince Jing would step foot in a minister's inner chamber to visit Shen Qingkai. He had always avoided contact with noble women, yet now he favored her elder sister with unprecedented grace. Only Shen Qingkai remained calm and composed on her bed, no trace of maidenly timidity. She met his cold, abyssal gaze straight on, unflinching, unafraid. She saw him again, after a lifetime apart. In her past life, trapped in despair, she had watched him stand alone in the Golden Palace, defying the entire court single-handedly to plead for the Shen clan's innocence. He had been the only glimmer of light in that dark, corrupt court, blinded by love and consumed by hatred back then. She had never seen the hidden compassion and forbearance in his eyes, never known how many storms he had borne silently for her and her clan. Up close now, she truly saw the lonely coldness in his gaze, the untouchable isolation surrounding him. Xiao Weiyuan's gaze swept over the room's chaos, shattered porcelain, spilled soup, the kneeling tearful girl, the tense maid, before settling firmly on Shen Qingkai. He had seen countless vain, timid, feigning noble ladies. All either flattered him or fled in fear. But Shen Qingkai was different. Pale from fever, yet straight-spined, sharp-eyed, unervingly calm and mature beyond her 16 years. There was no weakness, no fluster, only the quiet certainty of someone who controlled every situation. Abnormal. Unprecedented. Your health improved. His voice was low, magnetic, and icy, precise as a formal inquiry, distant yet unusually intimate. Shen Qingkai nodded slightly, graceful yet unassuming, respectful yet unyielding. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I am much recovered. Her tone was gentle but unflattering, perfectly balanced between courtesy and noble dignity. Jealousy and resentment surged violently in Shen Qingguo's heart. This was an honor countless capital noble girls would die for, yet it belonged solely to Shen Qingkai. She forced out a trembling sob, rising weakly, hoping to win sympathy and save face. Your Highness, it is my fault for offending my sister and disturbing your visit. Did I ask you? 4 cold words cut her off instantly, the weight of supreme authority shattering her pretense completely. Shen Qingguo's face blanched white, her lips trembling, too frightened to speak further, utterly humiliated. Xiao Weiyuan ignored her entirely, as if she were a speck of dust, his gaze returning to Shen Qingkai, sharp with subtle probing. The Plum Garden fall was no accident. A direct, precise question, piercing all falsehoods. Shen Qingkai's heart stirred. She understood instantly this was no reckless warlord. He was meticulous, perceptive, and saw through every hidden scheme in the room. He had always been the clearest, most sober soul in the entire court. She did not seize the chance to complain, nor did she hide the truth. She smiled faintly, calm and unrushed. Winter snow is treacherous. A trivial misstep, nothing worth mentioning. She chose to downplay it. First, the timing was not yet right. She would settle her own scores with her own hands. No need for outside aid. Second, she refused to appear weak or scheming in her first true interaction with him. The Shen clan settled its own feuds, needed no pity or favor from others. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Weiyuan's deep eyes. He had expected the wronged young lady to complain, to use his power to suppress her sister. Instead, she endured silently, upright and unyielding, no complaints, no pleas, no opportunistic schemes. Sharp yet gentle, vulnerable yet unbreakable, fascinating. He softened his icy aura slightly, his tone still cool. Rest well. Avoid going out in this snowy weather, and trust no one easily. A casual sounding reminder holding profound meaning. Trust no one. 5 words pinpointed the fatal mistake of her past life, warning her of the treachery lurking beside her. Shen Qincai's heart trembled. She lifted her eyes and met his deep gaze. No affection, no deliberate intimacy, only a quiet, tacit understanding between two kindred spirits who saw through the world's falsehoods. He had seen her transformation. Shen Qincai lowered her eyes respectfully. I shall remember your teachings, Your Highness. Xiao Weiyuan nodded once, turning to leave without redundant words. His black robe swept over the threshold, carrying a wisp of snow wind, vanishing down the corridor in clean, decisive silence. Yet his cold, powerful aura lingered thickly in the room. The room fell quiet once more. Shen Qingguo stood frozen, humiliated, and seething with fear and hatred. Shen Qincai's drastic change and newfound favor with Prince Jing spelled disaster for her. After a long while, she suppressed her rage, masking it with docility, bowing stiffly. Sister, I was foolish. I shall not err again. I take my leave. She fled the room, hatred blazing undisguised in her eyes. Wang Qing huffed angrily. Miss, she is utterly vicious. She pushed you into the lake and still plays the victim. You should have let Prince Jing expose her wickedness. Shen Qincai stroked the quilt lightly, a cold smile on her lips. There is no rush. A few reprimands are far too lenient for her. The pain and bloodshed of her past life could never be repaid with mere words. She would make them taste 100-fold of her suffering, ruin, exile, despair, and utter destruction. Wang Qing nodded thoughtfully, tucking the quilt gently around her. Rest well, Miss. Do not anger yourself. Shen Qingkai closed her eyes to steady her breath, when a maid's hurried voice came from outside. Miss, His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived at the mansion. He has come to inquire after your recovery. Crown Prince Xiao Jingyuan. The moment the name fell, all warmth vanished from Shen Qingkai's eyes, replaced by bone-chilling cold and surging killing intent. Speak of the devil. The man who had personally dragged her into hell and annihilated her clan now came to visit her, bright and unrepentant. Wang Qing paled nervously. Miss, the Crown Prince has always treated you kindly. He must be worried sick for you. Please speak politely and do not overstep etiquette. Kindly Shen Qingkai sneered inwardly, utterly disgusted. That false kindness had blinded her in her past life, making her devote her clan's everything to lift him up, only to end in total ruin. She saw through his hypocrisy completely now. Xiao Jingyuan had never loved her. He had only loved her status, her clan's power, her talent, her usefulness as a stepping stone to his throne. Now that the Shen clan still stood powerful, he naturally resumed his gentle act to maintain his hold on her. It is fine. Shen Qingkai sat straight, her expression frigid. Let him enter. Moments later, Xiao Jingyuan stepped into the room, clad in golden dragon-patterned robes, elegant, graceful, and outwardly benevolent. Unlike Xiao Weiyuan's intimidating frost, Xiao Jingyuan's warmth was deceptive, the most insidious kind of hypocrisy. His gaze fell immediately on her pale face, feigning deep concern. Qingkai, I was terrified to hear you fell into the lake and burned with fever for 2 days. Are you feeling better? Have you summoned imperial physicians? Once, this tender tone would have made her heart melt, making her trust him utterly. Now, all she saw was his cold indifference in the abandoned courtyard, his merciful declaration that the Shen clan deserved death, his icy gaze as she breathed her last. Agony surged through her chest, not heartbreak, but the searing pain of blood feud. Suppressing the killing intent in her eyes, she nodded indifferently. "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I am recovered. No joy, no dependence, no affection, only distant, formal courtesy, as if speaking to a stranger." Xiao Jingyuan paused, subtly confused. Shen Qingkai always greeted him with bright, shy joy, gentle and obedient. Never so cold and detached. He dismissed it as post-illness fatigue, stepping closer with unwavering tenderness. "I regret being occupied and unable to visit sooner. You must have suffered." He lifted his hand, intending to touch her forehead as he always had, to rekindle their intimate past dynamic, to manipulate her soft heart once more. But Shen Qingkai shifted sideways, evading his touch cleanly. She lowered her gaze, strictly adhering to etiquette. "Your Highness, men and women shall not touch him properly. I am newly recovered and unkempt, and dare not breach decorum." One sentence severed all ambiguous intimacy, drawing a clear line between monarch and subject. Xiao Jingyuan's hand froze mid-air, his gentle smile stiffening, confusion deepening in his eyes. She was avoiding him, completely unlike her former devoted self. Hiding his unease, he asked softly, "Are you frightened from the fall, or has someone upset you? I saw Qingguo leaving in tears. Has she bullied you?" He brought up Shen Qingguo both to test her mood and to play the impartial, benevolent prince, subtly favoring the weaker-seeming sister as he always had. In her past life, Shen Qingkai had always fallen for this trick, yielding time and again and earning herself a reputation for being arrogant and jealous. Today, Shen Qingkai lifted her sharp, clear gaze, meeting his eyes unyieldingly. "No one has upset me. I have simply awakened to some truths after this illness. Truth Xiao Jingyuan raised an eyebrow, indulgent yet probing. Pray tell. Shen Qinkai's lips curved into a cold, cutting smile. I have learned that monarch and subject have distinct ranks and boundaries. You are the crown prince, and I am a minister's daughter. Our past excessive closeness breached propriety and clouded my judgment. From now on, I shall strictly uphold etiquette and know my place. No more private affection. No more personal ties. All bonds cut clean. Xiao Jingyuan's smile faded entirely, shadowed displeasure flickering in his eyes. He needed the old Shen Qinkai devoted, self-sacrificing, willing to exhaust her clan for his rise. This restrained, distant version was useless to his ambitions. With his crown unstable and the court turbulent, losing the Shen clan's support was a devastating blow to his plans. He suppressed his irritation, his tone turning faintly pressurizing. Qinkai, do you understand what you are saying? Your past affection for me was sincere, there was no impropriety. He sought to make her relent, to return to being his obedient pawn. But Shen Qinkai was reborn, unshackled, and unyielding. She met his gaze steadily, no lingering fondness, no hesitation. I was young, ignorant, and foolish in the past, chasing a misplaced infatuation. I have grown and awakened now. Misplaced infatuation. 4 words tore apart all their past ties completely. Xiao Jingyuan's face darkened, his gentle mask cracking. Shen Qinkai, do you know what this means? It meant she would no longer aid his struggle for the throne, no longer serve his interests. Shen Qinkai saw through his hidden threat instantly. He cared nothing for her heart, only for profit and loss. Straightening her spine, she faced his imperial dignity unafraid, every word resolute. I know full well. From today onward, ours shall be only a formal monarch-subject relationship, no personal affection remains. I shall fulfill my duties through official court business as my father commands. Do not speak of private feelings again. The room turned taut and frigid. Xiao Jingyuan stared at her coldly, a mix of shock, anger, and disbelief churning in his chest. The gentle, adoring girl who had once lived only for him was gone, entirely replaced by someone independent, cold, and utterly beyond his control. A terrifying premonition struck him. He had lost the Shen Qingkai who had belonged only to him. And this was only the beginning. Every glory he had stolen, every advantage he had seized, every step of the throne he had climbed using her would be crushed and reclaimed by her, bit by bit. Cold wind slipped through the window cracks, sharp and biting. Xiao Jingyuan's handsome face frosted over completely, his affectionate eyes blazing with suppressed rage and stunned offense. For years as crown prince, all had bowed and fawned before him. No noble girl had ever dared defy him until today. Fine. A fine monarch-subject relationship. No personal affection. He let out a cold, mocking laugh, his fingers tightening with repressed hostility. Are you determined to cut all ties with me, Shen Qingkai? He pressured her with his royal status, convinced she was merely throwing a tantrum, playing hard to get. With the Shen clan's future tied to the court, she had no right or ability to break with him. One word of pressure, and she would surely submit again. But Shen Qingkai's gaze remained clear and fearless, no regret in her heart. Your Highness exaggerates. Her tone steady and unyielding. I merely seek to correct my past errors and uphold proper decorum. A crown prince bears the weight of the realm and ought to prioritize the people over trivial romantic affairs. My youthful indiscretions disturbed your dignity in the past. I shall not err again. Impeccable, righteous words. She did not openly offend him, yet blocked all his ambiguous advances completely. Xiao Jingyuan was left tongue-tied, furious yet powerless to retaliate. To press further would make him seem a crown prince obsessed with trivial romance, neglecting state affairs. To retreat was to acknowledge her complete withdrawal from his control. Staring at her unfamiliar, resolute face, he felt truly alienated from her for the first time. The girl who had once rejoiced at his every word and rushed to his aid at every trouble was truly gone. This illness has changed you greatly. He smoothed his icy aura, resuming his princely dignity, his tone devoid of warmth. Since your mind is made up, I shall not press you. But remember this: every choice you make today shall bear its own consequences. Do not regret it. A veiled threat: abandon his favor, and the Shen clan would lose all future imperial protection. Regret? Shen Qingkai scoffed inwardly, infinitely sarcastic. Devoting her everything to him in her past life had brought clan annihilation and violent death. That had been her true regret. Cutting off this toxic bond was the wisest choice she had ever made. I shall never regret it. Every syllable firm and unshakable. Xiao Jingyuan stared at her long and hard, his gaze complex, resentful, and calculating. Knowing further argument was futile and undignified, he turned sharply. Rest well. I take my leave. His golden robe swept fiercely over the threshold, no trace of his former tenderness left, only the cold anger of an offended crown prince. His heavy footsteps echoed down the corridor, carrying suppressed fury. Silence finally settled in the room. Wang Qing exhaled shakily, her face pale. Miss, you were far too bold. That is the crown prince. To defy him so openly is to incur his hatred. What if he targets the Shen clan in retaliation? In her understanding, the crown prince was the future emperor, and the Shen clan could never afford to break with him. Shen Qingkai lowered her gaze calmly, her heart clear and icy. Incurring his hatred, our fates were sealed as mortal enemies the day he destroyed my clan and killed me in my past life. Today I merely spoke the truth, no new hatred was born. But Miss Wanqing, remember this. Shen Qingkai lifted her sharp, certain eyes. Xiao Jingyuan is outwardly gentle but narrow, selfish, and cruel. He has never loved me, only used me. My withdrawal today severs the root of our clan's destruction, not its support. If he had possessed even a shred of genuine affection, he would never have watched the Shen clan suffer unjust ruin. To cling to him now would only make our clan his next disposable sacrifice in his fight for the throne. Wanqing stared at her enlightened, far-sighted mistress, her fear fading into sincere admiration. Her young lady had truly awakened. So we shall never rely on the crown prince in court affairs, she asked softly. Never. Shen Qingkai's tone was unyielding. The Shen clan's century-old foundation is built on loyalty and integrity, on my father's diligence and my brother's bravery, not on clinging to imperial princes. My past foolish dependence ends today. The Shen clan shall rely only on ourselves. She would not only cut ties with Xiao Jingyuan, she would shatter his throne dream, destroy his every support, and make him pay for every sin of his past life. As dusk fell and the snow stopped completely, a ray of sunset pierced the clouds, falling on the window and chasing away the cold gloom. A maid's voice came respectfully from outside. "Miss, Master has returned home. He has heard of today's events, Prince Jing and the Crown Prince's visits. Second Mrs. Disturbance. He requests your presence in the main hall." Her father, the Grand Premier, had returned. Her series of bold actions humiliating Shen Qingguo, distancing herself from Prince Jing, breaking with the Crown Prince, had surely spread through the entire mansion. In her past life, Her father had been fair and upright yet valued clan dignity and court etiquette above all. He had always overlooked Shen Qingguo's schemes, lenient toward her feigned weakness. But Shen Qingkai felt no panic. Reborn, she would protect her family first. Today, she would make her father see Shen Qingguo's vicious heart, and pull this poisonous thorn from the mansion. She rose slowly, shedding all traces of illness, her back straight as pine, her eyes sharp with unhidden edge. "Fetch my cloak. I shall go to the main hall." This father-daughter inquiry would be her first step in tidying the inner mansion and securing the Shen clan's position. From inner mansion schemes to court storms, she would take control of everything, settling every score step by step. Wang Qing quickly brought her white cloud-patterned cloak, fastening it neatly. The snow-white fox fur collar set off her cold, jade-like features, replacing her sickly paleness with stern sharpness. They walked through the snow-dusted corridor, the entire mansion solemn and quiet at dusk. Servants bowed low, daring not glance up, whispering quietly of the eldest Mrs. drastic change in temperament. The main hall blazed with lamplight, warm charcoal chasing the winter chill. Grand Premier Shen sat on the main seat, still in his official court robes, his face stern and dignified after decades in the court. His fingers tapped lightly on the table, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. Below him stood Shen Qingguo, her dress still damp, her hair messy, her eyes red and swollen, perfectly posing as a wronged, pitiful girl. She had rushed to the main hall early, twisting the day's events and pouring false grievances to their father, shifting all blame to Shen Qingkai. Hearing footsteps, she lifted her tearful eyes, a flash of calculating triumph darting through her gaze. Their father hated arrogant, unruly children most. Today Shen Qingkai had publicly humiliated her and slighted the crown prince. She would surely be severely reprimanded. She waited eagerly to see how the newly changed Shen Qingkai would explain herself. Shen Qingkai stepped calmly into the hall, her bearing poised and unflustered. She knelt slightly in greeting, impeccable in her manners. Daughter greets father. No pleading, no hurried excuses, only calm composure. Grand Premier Shen looked at his eldest daughter with deep, scrutinizing eyes. Thin and newly recovered from illness, yet straight-spined and sharp-eyed, completely stripped of her former gentle naivete, exuding a mature, decisive aura. Rise. His voice was low and stern. What happened today? Your sister says you flew into an unprovoked rage and smashed the ginger soup she brewed for you, publicly humiliating her. Is this true? Shen Qingguo immediately sobbed softly, feigning humility. Father, do not blame sister. It is my clumsy fault for brewing unsatisfactory soup. Sister is still weak from illness and irritable. It is all my fault. Her seemingly forgiving words firmly cemented Shen Qingkai's reputation as arrogant and willful, elevating her own gentle, virtuous image. In the past, Grand Premier Shen would have let the matter rest with a light reprimand. But today, Shen Qingkai stood steadily, her gaze clear and unyielding, speaking calmly. Father, I did not fly into an unprovoked rage, nor am I willful. Today's incident is not a trivial sisterly quarrel. It is a deliberate plot to harm me. Silence crashed over the hall. Shen Qingguo. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The mountain manor was wrapped in perpetual gentle serenity, isolated from the hustle and strife of Heiken's upper circles. Free from cold humiliation and endless misunderstandings, Suruantang's frail body recovered rapidly, and the lifeless gloom that had lingered on her brows for 8 years faded completely. The faint shallow scars on her wrists and forehead faded day by day under Fu Xinian's exclusive medicinal care, leaving no trace of the past torture. Her pale cheeks regained a faint, healthy blush, and her clear eyes were bright and calm, no longer clouded by the trivial sorrows of unrequited love. She began to adapt to this quiet, warm life. Every morning, she would walk along the winding mountain path, breathing in the fresh air mixed with floral and herbal scents, watching the morning mist curl around the green ridges. In the afternoon, she would sit on the balcony, reading books, sketching, or quietly tending to the potted flowers on the window sill, her every movement relaxed and at ease. No one forced her to obey, no one wronged her wantonly, no one treated her sincere tenderness as a despicable scheme. Fu Sinian accompanied her gently and silently, never pressing for her affection, never mentioning the past pain. He only tailored every detail of life to her preferences, curing her physical wounds and soothing her broken heart with meticulous patience. Guyeking settled all external disturbances thoroughly. All of Luchan Yuan's tracking attempts were crushed silently by his underground forces. The entire mountain range was covered with his hidden guards, forming an impenetrable barrier that kept all storms and malice far away from her. Zhang Yuebai shuttled back and forth between the city and the manor in his spare time, abandoning his endless celebrity banquets and commercial events. He would bring her rare desserts, limited edition picture books, and all kinds of delicate gadgets, using his unruly and lively warmth to dispel the last trace of desolation in her heart. The three men guarded her in their own unique ways, gentle and persistent, never crossing the line, never forcing her to make any choice. They only hoped that this girl, who had suffered a lifetime of grievance in 8 years of love, could truly be happy and free. On the quiet afternoon, the warm golden sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, spilling on Suruantang's soft long hair, coating her whole body with a gentle halo. She held a pencil in her slender fingers, sketching the rolling mountain scenery. The old wounds are fully healed, no more lingering pain. Suruantang looked up, her eyes clear and bright, like mountain spring water washed clean of all dust. I feel much better too. I haven't felt this relaxed in years. 8 years of clinging and scrambling had exhausted all her energy. Now that she had let go, every breath she took was light and free. Zhang Yuebai reserved a private art exhibition in the city for you tomorrow. Guyeking's deep voice sounded from the doorway, his cold aura softened to the extreme in this warm room, It's a low-key private exhibition with no media disturbance. You can go out for a walk if you want, to relax your mind. Suruantang's pencil paused slightly, a trace of curiosity flickering in her eyes. She had been confined in the Lu villa and trapped in unrequited love for too long, almost forgetting what it was like to walk freely in the bustling city. "Can I go out?" she asked softly. "Of course." Zhang Yuebai stepped in with a smile, his peach blossom eyes shining brightly. "I've arranged the strictest privacy protection. No one will disturb you, and Lu Yuan's people will never get any news. It's just a simple exhibition viewing, safe and quiet." He knew she needed a chance to step out of the mountain manor, to truly walk out of the shadow of the past and embrace her new life. Suruantang thought for a moment, then nodded lightly, her tone firm. "Okay. I want to go." She could not hide in this safe haven forever. She needed to face the world again, completely bid farewell to her former self, and start over. The three men exchanged a tacit glance, all hiding their gentle indulgence. They were willing to accompany her to witness every step of her rebirth. Meanwhile, the top floor of Lu Group headquarters. The endless low pressure had lasted for 7 full days. Lu Chenyuan had completely abandoned all leisure and rest, devoting all his time and energy to searching for Suruantang. The industrial war with Fu Xinian, Gu Yeking, and Zhang Yuebai had intensified to an unprecedented degree. The Lu Group's market value plummeted sharply, countless cooperative projects collapsed, and the board of directors held emergency meetings every day to protest his reckless behavior. But all opposition and losses were meaningless to him. He sat alone in the empty presidential office, his eyes bloodshot, his face haggard and exhausted. The desktop was covered with all kinds of surveillance materials and urban road records, every corner marked with traces of his search. Yet there was no trace of Suruantang. She was like a wisp of wind, disappearing completely in Hiken, protected tightly by the three men, cutting off all his chances to find her. "Mr. Lu, the latest news." The assistant walked in with a pale face, his voice trembling with fear. "The board of directors has jointly submitted a dismissal application. If you continue to ignore the group's interests and escalate the confrontation, they will force you to step down as president. Lu Chenyuan raised his eyes slowly, his gaze cold and hollow, without a single fluctuation. Step down, he let out a low, bitter laugh, hoarse and desolate. What's the point of this president's position without Su Ruontang? He had climbed to the top of Heiken's business circle all his life, pursuing power, wealth, and glory, thinking that these were the most precious things in the world. Only after losing Su Ruontang did he realize that all his prosperity and status were empty and meaningless. The only warmth in his cold life was the girl he had trampled and abandoned with his own hands. Continue the search. Lu Chenyuan lowered his eyes, his voice filled with stubborn and desperate obsession. No matter what price I pay, no matter who opposes me, I will find her. I just want to see her again. Even if she hated him, even if she ignored him, even if she never forgave him. He just wanted to confirm that she was safe, that she was living well, that she was no longer suffering because of him. The assistant sighed helplessly, not daring to persuade him any further, and turned to leave. The empty office fell into dead silence again. Lu Chenyuan picked up a faded photo from the desktop drawer. It was a photo taken 3 years ago. On the bustling street, the young Su Ruontang stood quietly behind him, her eyes curved softly, full of undisguised fondness and admiration, staring closely at his back. At that time, she was bright, gentle, and full of vitality, running recklessly towards him with all her sincerity. But he had turned a blind eye, trampled her tenderness, and finally crushed her completely. His fingers gently stroked the girl's smiling face on the photo, his cold eyes gradually reddening, and endless regret gnawed at his heart bit by bit. Ruontang. He whispered her name softly, his voice trembling with tears that he never dared to shed. I was wrong. Come back, okay. No one responded to his humble plea. The night outside the window fell quietly, covering the entire prosperous city. No one knew that tomorrow's private art exhibition in the city would become the first fatal encounter between him and the reborn Su Ruontang after 7 days of separation. The fate that had been broken by his own hands was about to collide again in the bustling crowd, stirring up endless tangled love and hatred. The next day arrived quietly. The weather was clear and cloudless, the sky a clean, transparent blue. Under Zhang Yuebai's careful arrangement, a low-key black car drove steadily out of the mountain manor, heading towards the Urban Art Exhibition Center. Su Ruantang sat in the back seat, wearing a simple white casual dress, her long hair casually draped over her shoulders, without any delicate makeup. Her face was clean and bright, and her whole body exuded a fresh and relaxed aura that had never existed before. Fu Xinian sat beside her, quietly accompanying her. Gu Yeking's men guarded the front and rear of the convoy tightly, blocking all possible risks. Zhang Yuebai sat in the co-pilot, turning his head with a bright smile. The exhibition is full of niche and warm paintings, definitely your favorite style. No reporters, no strangers' disturbance, you can watch it as you like. Su Ruantang nodded softly, her eyes falling on the rapidly receding street scenery outside the window. Haikan was still the bustling, prosperous city she was familiar with, but her state of mind was completely different. She no longer walked through these streets with a humble heart, longing to meet Lu Chenyuan by chance, no longer staring at his company's building in the distance, silently waiting for a glance from him. She was finally living for herself. The car stopped steadily at the entrance of the Art Exhibition Center. The venue was quiet and elegant, with soft light music flowing in the air, and the exhibition halls were filled with warm and healing oil paintings and sketches. Su Ruantang walked into the venue slowly, her steps light and free, carefully appreciating each painting, her eyes shining with pure love for beauty. The three men followed her quietly, their gazes all focused on her figure, guarding her silently in the crowd. Time passed quietly, and half the morning passed in a flash. Su Ruantang stopped in front of a landscape painting of mountain mist, staring at the overlapping green mountains on the canvas, the corners of her mouth curving with a faint smile. Just as she was about to turn around and talk to Fu Xinian, a low, hoarse, trembling voice suddenly sounded from not far away, piercing through the soft music and ringing clearly in her ears. Ruantang. The three simple letters were filled with endless longing, regret, and trembling panic, as if they had been suppressed in his chest for countless days and nights. Su Ruantang's body froze slightly. The familiar voice, cold and deep, was engraved in her bones after 8 years of entanglement, even after all the pain and letting go. She could recognize it at the first sound. She turned around slowly. Not far away, Lu Chenyuan stood rigidly in the crowd. He was unshaven, his custom suit crumpled and messy, his originally sharp and proud eyes completely dimmed, filled with bloodshot exhaustion and desperate longing. His gaze was fixed firmly on her figure, never daring to move away for a second, as if he was afraid that this was an illusion that would shatter at the slightest touch. After 7 days of frantic searching and endless regret, he finally saw her again. The girl who had disappeared from his world, the girl he had hurt and abandoned, the girl he missed crazily every second. She stood in the warm light, bright and relaxed, without a trace of grievance or sadness on her face. She was no longer the humble, tearful girl who clung to his back all year round. She was reborn, free, and completely unrelated to him. The moment their eyes met, Lu Chenyuan's eyes turned red instantly, and his tall figure trembled violently, overwhelmed by overwhelming ecstasy and heart-wrenching loss. Ruan Tang. He took a step forward subconsciously, his voice hoarse and broken. I finally found you. Facing his frantic and remorseful gaze, Su Ruantang's eyes were calm, without the slightest wave. No love, no hate, no grievance, no nostalgia. Only thorough indifference, like looking at a complete stranger. She looked at him quietly for a few seconds, then gently curled her lips, her tone light and distant, without any emotion. Mr. Lu. We don't know each other anymore.